Well, hello everyone. Welcome to IWM Duxford for the season finale, the final flying day here at Duxford, and it's a bit touch and go whether I'd come, but such a wonderful lineup and some unseasonably wonderful weather as well, as you can hopefully tell, has convinced me, yeah, it's definitely worthwhile coming. The slight hesitancy was it's actually my stag weekend. Did get married last year but wasn't able to do a proper stag do, so it's this weekend. My best man only able to come and do this weekend, come over from the US, so they're all here as well somewhere in the background. I won't tell you what's in the fridge in the OB trailer, but my focus is 100% on you guys and providing a good live broadcast today here at Duxford, and it's going to be a wonderful show. As I said, fabulous lineup, a much more full lineup than many of the flying days here, which have all been superb of course, but the RAF throwing a fair bit at this. We've just seen the Falcons arrive in their Dornier, is it? Probably. You can tell me later. I thought I'd quickly run through roughly what's going to happen today. Flying doesn't start for an hour, so if you're hovering and waiting and expecting to see the Typhoon imminently, you've got a bit of a wait, I'm afraid. But I've got some entertaining videos to play for you as we build up, and hopefully a few interesting guests who are going to join us, talk about some of the flying displays coming up, talk about Duxford as a venue, the air shows that have taken place this year and will no doubt take place next year, and the site in general. Obviously it's still accessible through the winter, plenty to do here at Duxford. So we'll have some guests who will come and, I won't say entertain, but they'll provide some entertainment, well, won't they, before the flying starts at 1:15. And the flying starts with the Falcons dropping, and at the moment I can see some blue sky, patches of cloud, but it's looking like really good conditions. I suppose the only limit being Stansted airspace in terms of what height they would drop from. We'll see. I'm looking forward to that. I can't remember the last time I saw the Falcons. It's crazy to say that, such a stalwart on the airshow scene, but yeah, it's been a while. Then, that says flying starts in 42 minutes. I don't think that's true, Andrew. It's more like 50 something. Unless you know something I don't, but it's 1:15 the flying will start at. So, Falcons kicking things off, followed by, let me get this right, because they always catch me out with takeoffs being listed here. Excuse me while I get my running order, which I'm dropping. So we've got, Falcons followed by the Storch and the L4, and if you remember that routine from the old Buckingham stream, quite a novel flying display, and then it carried on the ground afterwards. A bit of some afters between the pilots on the ground, which is quite amusing, and we'll look forward to that. Then it will be the Pips, having taken off earlier. Then we have the US fighters, so P-47 and P-51. Then the Cosmic Wind and the Jungmann flying together. That's quite a novel pairing as well. Another novel pairing coming up later as well, actually, which we'll have someone on to talk about. The Rapide, and then Firefly solo hasn't arrived yet, but we've got our fingers crossed. Cold War trainers, so I'm hoping that Phil and Alex are going to come and talk about this pairing of Yak-52 and Chipmunk. Quite a novel pairing, that. Two, okay, similar eras, similar roles, but quite different performances, and I thought it would be interesting to hear from them how they, what the display is going to look like, what things they've had to take into consideration in planning it. Then we have now Hurricane. Oh, I've missed out BBMF as well. So prior to that we have BBMF, and we're hoping to see the Lancaster in the air for the first time in a very long time at an air show, at least for me. And prior to that is the Hurricanes. A pair of Hurricanes. I'm not doing very good here. Ben will no doubt give us a run through just prior to flying starting, but this will hopefully give you at least an idea of the things we're going to see. So following the Cold War trainers we'll have Nimrod, which we've just seen rehearsing, I think. Sorry, I've been talking rather than showing you that. Bearcat is taking off to the hold, coming back. And then it's the Dave formation, so 3 Spitfires and Hawk 75. Would have been 3 Daves in the Spit, but I think there's an Alex thrown in there for good mix. Then we have Harvard. Then it is the Spitfires afterwards, having taken off prior to the Harvard. Then coming towards the end of the display, we'll have the Lysander, and the finale being the Typhoon at around about 4:30. So yeah, a real action-packed flying display to look forward to. And it is, as I say, the final flying display of the year here at Duxford. But of course the museum continues. Let me find the email I need to read, or the reference. The museum is of course open through the winter, and there's quite a lot going on. The one I'm particularly looking forward to is after Christmas. There's a Spitfire exhibition detailing the aircraft through all of the marks, or very many of the marks, the development of that aircraft, how it started and what it became. And yeah, wonderful venue to host that kind of an exhibit, and yeah, one to look forward to after Christmas. Prior to that, now I'm not sure on the dates of this, but there's an in the cockpit experience in both the Spitfire and Vulcan. You know, an opportunity to get up close with an airworthy Spitfire, IWM Zone 3200. Is that right? 3200, yes. And also a bit of a VIP experience of yeah, being hosted with the Spitfire, a couple of hour talk about the aeroplane. So tickets are available now on the IWM website, I believe, and it got me thinking about, you know, that's quite an experience. You know, we see these aircraft from afar. It's quite rare you get the opportunity to get really up close and personal in the cockpit of an airworthy Spitfire. I look out of focus, don't I? I'll sort that out in a minute. And it got me thinking about material we have, giving that sense of, you know, what it's like to be on board a Spitfire. And I thought I'd start the stream today with this little, well, it's quite a long sequence actually, and I don't apologise for showing you it in its entirety. It's a 6 or 7 minute sequence on board a Spitfire during the 2016 Spitfire finale. It might even be 3200 actually. So a sense of what it's like from the pilot's point of view on board the aircraft. There's a few ground-to-air shots just to give perspective on where you are, but I thought this would be a nice way of kicking off, marking the fact that we've got a bit of you know, that experience available to people at the museum, and yeah, giving a sense of what it's like on board a Spitfire during a flying display here at Duxford. Let's take a look. Thank you. Oh yeah, I'm out of focus, I'll sort that out. I hope you enjoyed that sense of a flying display from on board the Spitfire, and as I was saying prior to showing that, there's that opportunity to get up close and personal with an airworthy Spitfire here at Duxford over the winter period. One of these guys can probably tell me exactly when. I'm joined by Phil Hood and John Brown, organisers of the air show. Tell me your title again, John.
Well, I'm one of the IWM executive directors, but for the air shows, I'm the event organiser.
Got it. And Phil, who's my primary contact. Phil's the guy I hassle about what time I'm going to arrive and when I need my internet. Hi again, Phil.
How you doing? It's good to have you back.
It is, and it's good to be here on a nice. Got the weather for it, haven't we? We've got the support from the RAF. Looking forward to what's going to be a pretty excellent flying display.
Yeah, I mean, I think we were saying earlier that this has come a little bit late in the calendar. Some opportunities arose because people needed currencies, and it's been really nice to be able to put together really quite a large show, but fairly late in the day, and we've got a really nice opportunity here to end the season on a high.
Yeah, it's a nice problem to have, isn't that? RAF offering air display acts. So Typhoon to close the show today, around about 20 past 4, half past 4, something like that. And another good opportunity for people building currency. The flying days have had that impact all through the year, so giving pilots the opportunity to do a bit of display flying, but also the behind the scenes staff, yourself included, training up to become flying display directors.
Yeah, so it's helped keep all of our flying display directors current. It's also helped new flying display directors like me get some experience and really have a good step into the industry. It's also supported our FCC, so they're the Flying Control Committee, the people that we need out on the lines, making sure everything's safe. It's kept them all current and really set us up to be in a really good place to go forward next year for the whole industry, not just Duxford, the whole industry as well will benefit from what we've done here.
Absolutely, and you mentioned next year. What are we looking forward to next year? I know the dates aren't released yet. We're hoping to see those in the coming weeks. Don't reveal anything you don't want to, but what are we looking forward to next year? Similar year?
A great year of flying, and I think you alluded to the fact that the industry's had a tough time over COVID, and everyone knows this. All the businesses have had a hard time, but that backlog in expertise and building qualifications has actually really had an impact, and we're just about overcoming that now. So next year and next year's programme is we're not just recovering now, we're looking at building and being more exciting and getting on with things. So there will be flying at Duxford certainly every month. We're looking at least 2 big air shows and a range of opportunities to let people get closer to the aeroplanes and really experience the history of them and why they're being displayed.
Fantastic, and we've got a bit more information about some of the opportunities that the museum have around the Spitfire particularly. I'm looking forward to that myself, through the winter after Christmas. And next year, any other changes, any other directions that we're heading, or any dates you can give us?
No dates just yet. Very soon, though, we'll be releasing our full programme for next year. And as John said, it's building on what we've done this year and in previous years. More flying days, flying evenings and air shows coming back and really pushing forward of those.
I must make an effort with that evening show. I was very sad not to have made it up for that. It looked like a wonderful event, so good to hear that evening word mentioned. Well, thanks, gents. It's been nice to touch base with you, and good luck for today. Congratulations on getting a full house of weather all through the year. It's been pretty fine, hasn't it? I'm certainly grateful for that because I don't enjoy standing up on there getting soaked all day. All right, thanks, gents. We'll talk again later. Cheers,
Thanks
John.
very much.
Fabulous stuff. Okay, well, I hope that's of interest, giving a bit of an insight to the work that goes in behind the scenes and the reason that these flying days are happening. They're wonderful things, I think, for the airshow industry of, just offering people the opportunity to get out there and flying, and of course, spectators, lower numbers, but spectators to come and enjoy, 4 or 5 flying displays, or in the case today, very many. I've just had handed an updated running order. Might as well run through it again and see if I do any better, because I do seem to slip out of order as I'm giving you these. Falcons, Berlin, which is Storch and L4, then the Pits, then P47 and P51 together, then Cosmic Wind and Jungmann together. That's quite nice. I saw the Jungmann rehearsing yesterday. It's a lovely aeroplane, lovely aerobatic routine there. Then 2 Hurricanes, then we'll have BBMF. Hoping to see the Lancaster for the first time in a very long time for me. Then we have the Rapide solo. Then we have the Firefly, hopefully. I don't know if he's arrived. I haven't been paying enough attention, but fingers crossed on that one. I said Firefly, then it's Yak-52 and Chipmunk, the Cold War trainers, and hoping soon we're going to grab the pilots of the Yak-52 and Chipmunk that make up that Cold War trainer formation. I thought it'd be interesting to get some insight from them on those two similar types, but very different from my layman's perspective as a spectator, seemingly very different aircraft in terms of their power and capability. So interesting to hear about how that sequence has come together. Then Nimrod, then we'll have a Bearcat solo, looking forward to that. Then we're coming toward the end with the T6 solo, then the Spitfire Mark 5 3-ship with Hawk 75, then Lysander, and then closing the show, as I said, and let me give you a proper time, 16:32, 4:30 for the Typhoon, closing the show. So real action-packed day, and I'm juggling too many bits of paper now. Real action-packed day, and it's so wonderful to see you all in the chat. I spotted someone become a member, which is something you can do on our YouTube channel. Oh, bless you, Chris, who's moderating the chat, also sending me money as an example of what you can do too. You can give us a donation in the chat on YouTube. Welcome Julia Pugh, who's become a YouTube PTV supporter. I'm grateful for all of those people who are members on the channel. That gives you bragging rights. It helps support the channel and encourage me to come out and do more of these live streams. And that it is on the cards that I do quite a lot of live streams through the winter. I did a lot of studio-based stuff during COVID, but quite fancy getting out and about, so having a peer over the odd fence and things, see what we can find at various airfields. I'm definitely still out of focus, aren't I? I'm sorry about that. I'll sort it in a minute. Thank you, Andrew, telling me don't lean forward, and then I'm fine. Andrew's vision mixing today. I'm not doing this solo, which I have on occasion done through the year, and we've got Adrian up top on the telephoto camera. 70-year-old cameraman, but he's still the best in the business as far as I'm concerned. He's my old man, so I would say that. Thank you, Chris, for your super chat. Yeah, Yak-52 Demon. Do throw your questions our way. If you have any questions for the guys who are flying that 2-ship routine of Yak-52 and Chipmunk, fire away in the chat, and I will fire them their way. I'm also maybe grab Ben Donnell. He is commentating today. Hasn't done many of the flying days. Any of the flying days, I think. He and Siobhan are providing commentary, so you won't have to listen to me for much longer. I'll be on camera, but in 35 minutes time for the flying. But I always like to give a bit of a welcome. So welcome if you've just joined. My name's Ian Campbell. I run Planes TV, and I'm hoping you're going to enjoy the flying we've got this afternoon. I can't remember whether I alluded to it earlier, but we have the support of Airfix this weekend. Very, very grateful to them for providing a bit of support for the bit of promotion for the live broadcast, and promoting also my on-demand service at watch.planestavy.com. And I'm pleased to say they are offering you a 10% discount off their models this weekend. Got a spider crawling on the camera. Excuse the spider if it appears on camera in a moment. Airfix supporting and making available a 10% discount on their website this weekend only, so Saturday and Sunday. If you use the offer code PlanesTV10, you'll get 10% off your purchase of an Airfix kit at airfix.com. Can't be used in conjunction with other offers, so if you're lucky enough to be a club member, can't combine it with other discounts. But very kind of them to offer us that, and I hope you get the chance to make use of it. I've got a really nice piece of video here from Airfix. It's something I watched when released a few months back, and it's sort of part of the reason I ended up getting in contact with the guys. You don't often get an understanding of the effort and the effort that goes into designing the kits. Who comes up with these things, who produces these things. And earlier this year, Airfix released 2 videos, and I'm going to show you one here, which focuses on the 1/72nd Mosquito kit, which was released this year. It's a new kit. The process that the designer went through in putting it together. And it's a 7-minute video, but really interesting to hear the thought process, the time, the effort that went into producing a very detailed 1/72nd scale kit. I thought nice to watch it, and if you like what you see, as I say, there is that offer code PlanesTV10 to get 10% discount off kits this weekend at airfix.com. So let's take a look at this video of the designer of the Mosquito.
I'm Paramjit MB and I'm an Airfix designer, and I designed the Airfix Mosquito and built and painted them. So I designed the Mosquito from scratch and used original scan data and done the skeleton model from the base all the way up to the finished design. It's one of the first ones where I've designed more or less from scratch since when I started. So on the previous ones I'd done the Tiger tank, the starter Spitfire, the classic Spitfire, the more complicated one, the Spitfire 5C, and the Red Arrows Hawk, which is a starter set. So this project was quite a special one because it was like what I've learned from those previous 4 projects and applying it to this one, because this one was one where I've more or less done it from start to finish myself, whereas the other ones I had help in terms of the other designers helping me, providing other existing materials such as like the existing skeleton models from previous designs. But this one was more or less from scratch, so it was almost like a benchmark to see where I've progressed in the year and a half I've been here. All of it was quite difficult, but in particular when I start a project I like building other competitor products, as in our closest rivals in terms of what we're doing. That gives me a better understanding of how I want to design it and where the flaws are and what I can improve. So the competitor one I was building, the landing gear was very difficult to put together, and it was difficult from a building point of view and also from a painting point of view, but mainly from a painting point of view. So when I done it, I had in my mind, okay, there needs to be a better way to design it and obviously paint and build. So that was one of my main focuses. One thing that hasn't been done in this scale, which is 1/72, is an internal bomb bay and everything, having that all on show. And from designing it, I realised why, because it's actually really difficult to do that. So that was quite a big challenge. Might not seem like it, but working in this scale, you've got a lot less material to work with, and because obviously it's smaller. So that was quite a big challenge, but getting that right, and I'm quite happy with the way it came out. Building and painting was quite fun. All those things that I designed to make it easier to build and paint paid off. I'm quite happy with it. For example, like the landing gear, I used the lower wing as a jig, so you can build the landing gear on top of that without gluing it, and then removing it, and then building your nacelle and everything on top, painting that all up, and then putting the landing gear after, so it makes it a lot easier to paint. And also the wheel, and you can put on after, so you can paint it all separately. The wheel hub is separate as well, so you can paint it the different colour, which is that silver hub colour, and then obviously the rubber tyre. The exhaust stacks were done in a certain way to make it more accurate. I done a mask set, or like a masking piece that goes over the nacelle landing gear door, so you can paint it, weather it and stuff like that, and then you can just put that piece over it temporarily and then paint your external colours of the Mosquito and carry on building it. But yeah, I was really happy the way everything sort of came together, because obviously it's one thing designing it and then another seeing it in reality. And obviously I tested it all out and I'm pleased with the results, but obviously it depends on what our customers think. Hopefully they see how much time and effort has gone into it, and hopefully it does pay off. The way I sort of build it is quite standard now. I've sort of like come up with a method of how I want to build it. So I always paint it. I've done the wings separately because they can be attached after, because of the spar system. So I painted those all separately, glossed it, put the decals on, then obviously put a flat coat, and then I like weathering with I like using a clay wash and weathering with oils. So that's usually my standard technique of weathering now, and a lot simple. Although this one was a bit more challenging because there's not as many panel lines on top, because it's made out of wood in real life. There's not many rivets or anything like that other than the underneath of the wing. But yeah, that was a fairly interesting thing to do because it's so plain. So trying to make it look realistic and obviously weathering it wasn't a challenge, but it was just a slightly different approach. One part which was quite satisfying was removing the masks from the canopy, because obviously getting us test shots and everything, seeing how, because there's 2 types of sides on the canopy. There's the bulge and then there's a side blister. Obviously gluing it together and checking it whether it goes together okay is fine, but once it's all painted with the framework, that's when I knew, okay, that bulge of the canopy has come out quite nicely. It was a real big challenge to design that in CAD as well. There must have been days where I was doing it, finished it, and then came back the next day and I thought, no, that's not right. And even sometimes like a couple of months later, I would look at it and thinking, no, I can do better, that needs to be more accurate. So there were times where I was going back to it over and over again until it was right, because I'm a bit of a perfectionist. I want to get it absolutely spot on to the best of my ability, and obviously for the modeler. Hopefully they appreciate and understand the thought that's gone into it, because even in the instructions I've given a bit more information than I usually would on how to put parts together. For example, the landing gear, using the bottom wing as a jig. Even inside the bomb bay, there's the bomb bay racks, obviously explaining like which orientation to put them on, because some people kind of miss those key parts, and obviously making it easier to paint. So my main thing is the journey of building the kit and painting it. That's the part that I really enjoy, and that's what sort of makes and breaks a kit. So hopefully that part people appreciate and enjoy, because I'm a modeler myself, so that's the way I sort of think. So it's interesting to see what people think of the way this aircraft goes together. So the landing gear and everything, there wasn't much room to do too much location. So there are these, you got the side landing gear parts, then you got like a strut that goes in the middle. I would say just take your time with that, making sure everything fits, making sure everything's dry. And whenever I do a project, I'm always learning throughout it and at the end of it. So normally I'll write a list of like, or have it in my head of what I do and don't want to do. So something that you probably won't see, but from the design point of view, is stuff like clearances. So anyone who kind of understands about 3D printing and stuff like that will probably understand that when parts need to come together, you need to put clearances. So I've had a much more better understanding of clearances, and in my opinion, that's what makes and breaks a kit in terms of the fitting. So hopefully I can apply that to my next project, and obviously I'll learn from that one and then apply it to the next one and stuff like that. But from that point of view, from a design point of view, I've learned quite a bit on clearances and understand it a lot more, and experimented with it, and hopefully apply it to my next project. So there are little things that will go into like obviously the building and painting, but also the instructions that I've obviously requested to be inserted. So like different views, more views of like something, even though it takes up a bit more pages and a bit more space, and obviously even the design phase, it took a bit longer than it probably should have, just because I was thinking about so many things at once. So the way my brain works is that I'm thinking about 10 to 100 things at the same time. I'm thinking about other stuff, so how it's built and painted, because obviously that's my background. But yeah, that is probably one of the things that I do hope that people appreciate and understand, and obviously get people's feedback on what works, what doesn't work. I mean, I'm always happy for feedback as well, because I'm sure not everything works for everyone. So it would be nice to get people's feedback and understand, like, from people who have built it as well. But yeah, hopefully that is one of the things that I'm quite happy about, because obviously going in the design phase and thinking whether this will work or don't work, and obviously building both the A and B scheme on the B16, and thinking, yeah, it has actually worked okay, not too bad. But obviously the critics are in the customer, so this doesn't really matter what I think, it depends on what the customer thinks.
The dedication that comes. I hope you enjoyed that look at the Mosquito, the work that went in behind the design of the Mosquito model from Airfix there. It's really nice to see them drawing back the curtain a little bit on the time and effort that goes into putting together a kit like that. And as I say, they've helped promote the broadcast today and my on-demand service, and also offering you a 10% discount just this weekend. So head over to airfix.com and use the coupon code PLANESTV10 to get 10% off kits. Pretty well anything you buy on the store, I think. It can't be used in combination with what's going on, Andrew, but I think he's trying to find the coupon code title. But it can't be used in combination with other offers, but 10% off this weekend, use the offer code PlainsTV10. And yeah, big thank you to Airfix's support of the live stream this weekend. I'll talk a little bit more about that later and give you a suggestion. If Airfix is something you've dabbled with in the past, as I have, and you're thinking about getting back into it, they have these really good starter sets. So Spitfire starter set, set you back 10 quid, include your paints and paintbrush, around about £10. Don't quote me on that. And this weekend, as I say, use the coupon code PlainsTV10. And yeah, rekindle an old hobby perhaps, something for the winter. So the model featured in that video, of course the Mosquito, and that got me thinking, what do we have in our archive of Mosquito material? So we're winding the clock back now to 1995 here at Duxford, and a little bit from the Shuttleworth collection.
Duxford Airfield. We flew our minicam in the de Havilland Mosquito. We weren't allowed to record the flying action. The exclusive rights were allocated elsewhere. So we cut in some action actually recorded at a Shuttleworth show.
Well, I hope you enjoyed me being rudely interrupted by a Mosquito clip there. That material from 1995 from here at Duxford, and a little bit from the Shuttleworth collection there. I thought it'd be a nice way of linking to that video of the Airfix Mosquito kit, the 172nd new kit this year. And yeah, some lovely material that's of course available on the watch.plainstv.com on demand service. Joined by two gents here, Phil and Alex, who are part of the flying display today, flying the Yak-52 and the Chipmunk in the Cold War trainer scenario. An interesting mix of aeroplanes. Tell me about what we're going to see.
Yeah, hi. Alex in the Yak, Phil, I'm in the Chipmunk. So it's Alex's kind of brainchild really for the idea. We wanted to work out a way of flying together, and we have access to these aircraft, and we thought it'd be a great opportunity to put two of the most iconic trainers from the last kind of 40 years up together as an East meets West combination. As we know, the Cold War went on for quite a while, and all of the pilots and the fighter pilots had ultimately come through these aircraft and their training route. So,
and two interesting aeroplanes from a layman's point of view, a spectator's point of view, different capabilities. You know, Yak being a bit more throaty, a bit more aerobatic, Chipmunk being a bit more limited?
Yeah, it's basically a bit more of a complex trainer, so wobbly gear, wobbly prop. It's got a very relatively complex air system. It's very simple to fly, so the basic flying of it once it's airborne, it's just a few more systems to manage. And with being a radio, we've got cylinder head temperatures to worry about, there's a bit more going on. So it's sort of just the next step for the pilots going through the flight training course to get through to the bigger stuff again. So, but yeah, great to fly together, and and it's something we sort of saw that not many sort of paying homage to any training accidents or anything that went on during all conflicts really. So we'll hopefully sort of give a bit of a nod to all those sort of scenarios. So
it's a wonderful thought. And and tell us a little bit then about the two aircraft types play into the display routine we'll see, but also this is a novel display. This is not something you do every weekend out like some of the display acts. This is a kind of a one-off. Yeah. Tell us a little bit about the restrictions, what you've had to do to build up toward a two-ship display.
So this will be the debut of the display, and we practiced it obviously prior. The key kind of difference for putting this together is the energy between the two aircraft. So the Chipmunk's a lot slower, it's a lot more manoeuvrable, whereas the Yak's a lot faster and a lot heavier and takes up more space in the sky. So we're flying together in the same display but not a formation. We've got limitations within the display world. You have to be graded and rated for formation, and with the different categories of aircraft, these two don't sit together, so we fly them separately. But in the same piece of sky, and so the timing is the key part. And you'll see when we do the run-in, we're separated. Whilst we're doing the manoeuvres and the turning, we're calling visual with each other all of the time. And Alex is pretty much judging the distance off of me, so I'm kind of setting the line and the pace of the flow of the display. And Alex will be doing his magic to basically keep the separation and hopefully provide some entertainment for the crowd at the same time, really.
Yeah, so I mean, if we get it right, ideally what we want to have is the aeroplanes come together, they split, and hopefully there's always something going on in front of you. So when one leaves, one comes back in. When one leaves, one comes back in. We're not legally allowed to be more than, we have to be more than 201 metres apart, but is the official number. Obviously, I should be judging that to 202 metres, obviously.
Keep it on the safe side.
Absolutely. Yeah. No, the idea is just to keep it interesting. Yeah, it's different. But hopefully, if we get our timings right at the end, hopefully the final pass, I'll be on the outside and up, Phil will be on the inside and low, and if I can get the overtake just right, hopefully in front of you. And the idea is the last thing we'll do is pull up into a missing man, and that'll be our little homage to the training accidents. So.
Fabulous. Well, as I say, it's lovely to see these kinds of innovations, and something that the flying days have allowed. People building up currency, building up new things. So it's great to see. Anything else you want to tell us about? So anything else? Any parts of the display you're looking forward to?
We just hope that you enjoy it, and we'll do our best to make it interesting.
I think if you just keep in mind, East meets West, challenge and response. So East does their show, the West does their bit and retort. Very much like the kind of Cold War, which was a proxy war. It's a lot of posturing, so we're challenge and response with each other, and hopefully you enjoy the aircraft. The Chipmunk you're just linking to the Airfix there is the one that Airfix are using this year.
Oh wow!
So it's a good chance for the 1-to-1 scale to get its outing, and just looking forward to it. It's a great opportunity to show the aircraft.
Superb. Well, thank you very much for joining us and giving us that insight. All right, have a good day.
Take care.
Yeah, good stuff. I hope you enjoyed that, and forgive me if you did throw any questions into the chat. I did have a look before we spoke, but didn't spot any. If there are any, I will grab them later. I can grab them later, have a chat. I can see Chris saying mixing problems. Yes, someone had knocked the T-bar on the Vision Mixer, which caused us some consternation, but hopefully not. You didn't detract from the enjoyment of the Mosquito video. I haven't built a model plane for decades, says Tim, possibly as they could be frustrating. Yeah, I'm with you on that. You get so far and you don't want to ruin the thing, do you? This gentleman makes me want to try again. The Mosquito looks great. I had exactly the same reaction. I've bought kits and they sat on the shelf. But maybe this winter's the winter that you and I, Tim, finally get the glue out and start sticking our hands to bits of plastic again. As I say, Airfix supporting the broadcast this weekend and giving you a 10% discount over at airfix.com. And if you do feel like going and using that, buying a kit at airfix.com, using that coupon code, it helps Airfix know that you heard about them from us, which is not a bad thing in terms of supporting these live broadcasts, which no one's paying me to be here, so every little helps. Any Swedish planes there, says Anders Ramsden. Let me look around. Anything with a Swedish link? I don't think so. Can't think of anything that does. Sometimes Andrew will give me a nudge and a suggestion, but I can't think of anything, I'm afraid, Anders. We've seen some wonderful Swedish Air Force, Swedish historic aircraft at well, not quite at Jersey, but at NATO Days just a few weeks ago. We did, I was over there over the weekend that the September show happened here in the UK at Duxford. Speaking of that, we live broadcast the September air show and the July air shows to our on-demand subscribers, and if you are one of those at watch.planestv.com subscribing to that service, thank you for your continued support, and hopefully you've enjoyed the live broadcast we brought you this year. We did 4 days of live streams, the 2 weekends here at Duxford. And talking about September, I thought it would be nice to show everyone else who maybe didn't get to see the Spitfire finale. I think this is the Saturday material I'm going to play. Really nice conditions, and that's something I dwell on as a video guy, and no doubt photographers in the audience will understand that, you know, the conditions of cloud, light, everything really play into the spectacle that of an air show. So conditions really nice on the Saturday afternoon for the Spitfire finale, and we're just going to watch a few minutes here of the solo Mk.V, and also the wonderful sight of how many Spitfires, I can't remember, I wasn't here, but I'm going to enjoy watching this with you. This look back to the September air show, which was live broadcast on our on-demand service, the Spitfire finale.
Sun comes the Comanche fighters, Spitfire 5C. We mentioned back at the start of the show the initial phase of the Battle of Britain. Well, from the 12th of August 1940, the focus switched on the Luftwaffe's part to the RAF, to the fighter stations, and to the radar network. Then, from the 7th of September 1940, another phase. The Luftwaffe stepped up its raids on London. That was a tactical mistake. Fighter Command found itself able to meet the challenge. The Germans had significantly underestimated the RAF's strength. Battle of Britain Day is commemorated on the 15th of September, Wednesday this past week. It's the date on which the heaviest Luftwaffe raids on London yet met with a decisive RAF response. On that date, 28 RAF aircraft were lost, 56 from the Luftwaffe. 2 days later, Hitler postponed his invasion plans. The 3,000 or so airmen are officially credited with involvement in the battle, including those from 15 overseas countries, are forever known as the Few. That memorable phrase was spoken by Winston Churchill in the Commons on the 20th of August 1940, and today it heralds the arrival from our left of our Spitfire and Hurricane Big Wing.
What a sight that was. Something I missed, sadly. I was over in the Czech Republic for NATO days, but the guys did a fabulous job. I was watching from afar of that flying display here at Duxford in September. That was the Spitfire finale, and of course involving some Hurricanes there as well. And it being Spitfires, it brings me round nicely to one last plug for Airfix and one of their starter sets, which is the Spitfire starter set. A really nice way of starting off or restarting a hobby this winter. The starter set's around about £10 I think, and using the offer code PlainsTV10 you can get 10% off one of those at the airfix.com website, and if you do, that's giving a little helping hand to Plains TV as well, in the knowledge that the broadcast's driving people towards Airfix, which is not a nice thing to, well, it's helpful to me, shall we say, because I'd like to do more of these Flying Days broadcasts and free-to-air broadcasts for you at air shows next year and through the winter as well. Hope to be out and about doing much more. So yeah, I'm going to pick up one of those, the Spitfire starter set, and give it a go this winter. So if you want to join in with me, head to airfix.com, find the Spitfire starter set. As I say, it's around about £10 with a 10% discount using the offer code PlainsTV10, not to be used in conjunction with other offers. Okay, thank you, Andrew, for keep throwing up the titles. He's juggling a lot, Andrew, as we always are. We've just got, well, take that coupon code title away so I can see how long we've got. 5.5 minutes. Thank you, Andrew. 5.5 minutes till the Falcons, and we've just seen the Dornier come over the top, and you might be able to hear the voice of Ben Donnell in the background, who's going to take us through the flying display with Siobhan. I'm going to hop on a camera. So I think at this point I probably will say see you later. I will hop on during the live broadcast just to say hello and maybe communicate with you guys in the chat. Thank you for joining, and thank you for hopping on the chat on YouTube. It's a lovely way to spend an afternoon chatting with like-minded aviation enthusiasts, and it's been really nice to see relationships develop on there. I met today Silver Trig, who I've seen in the chat many times. Thank you, James, for coming and saying hello. Lovely to meet you, and thank you for your continued support of Plains TV and your viewership. So kicking off with the Falcons in 4.5 minutes. I'm going to hop off now, hop on camera, do the job I'm much more comfortable doing rather than talking to you guys, and film some aeroplanes. I hope you enjoyed the live broadcast. I'll hop on later to keep in touch and respond to you guys in the chat. Thanks for tuning in.
Over the next few hours, and we kick off with some Royal Air Force participation, and it's our great pleasure to welcome one of their main teams of aerial ambassadors, the RAF parachute display team, the Falcons, to open the show, and Corporal Jackie Wellington is going to be talking you through it.
Thank you very much, Ben. We're delighted to be here today, Royal Air Force Falcons parachute display team. We've got a very exciting display for you today. It's our final jump of the season, so we're incredibly pleased to be here. This year it is our 60th anniversary. Way back in 1961, a group of 6 parachutists really set the road going by doing a lot of investigation into very good parachuting techniques and homing the actual parachute technical information as well. What they started to do at the weekends was just do some displays for the local people, and this became so incredibly popular they were invited to the Farnborough Air Show. Whilst there, again, incredibly popular, and they became the official Royal Air Force Falcons parachute display team. Today's team consists of up to 12 people. We have 8 parachutists, 2 commanding officers, and we have 2 survival equipment technicians. So pleased to be here today. Being our 60th anniversary, we have a fantastic new display for this year, which is our carousel. The Falcons were well known for their stack in the past, a very impressive display. But this year's display, being the carousel, is absolutely amazing, and we would love you to take lots of photos and video, and if you could post those on our Facebook and Twitter and Instagram sites, we would be thrilled. Today's jump is going to be at a height of 5,000 feet, jumping from the Dornier. That's our primary platform, as it allows the parachutists to jump on a side exit, allowing them also to complete some very impressive manoeuvres. And out on the airfield, you can see our drop zone team. Preparing for the landing area, they've checked the wind speed and the cloud base, and you may have seen the balloons going up earlier. This allows them to keep in contact with the aircraft, letting them know which direction to approach and at what point the team should exit the aircraft. On the ground, you may be able to see the orange and green crosses, and these are left and right indicators for the team, and they will land on each of the crosses to make sure that they have enough space. The drop zone team today, we have Flight Lieutenant Stu Philpott. Not sure if he can hear me, if he can give a wave. Busy doing their calculations. So our Dornier aircraft, as I said, was our primary jump platform, and that's been provided by our defence partners Summit Air. It's dual engine, side door exit, and it's everything that we need in order to give you our amazing display today. As you will have seen, the aircraft has already taken off, and it will climb to the required altitude. They'll be conducting their safety checks on their parachutes, helmets, goggles and their gloves, and their altimeters, plus any photographic equipment that they may be using. They also have smoke brackets and canisters, as well as checking each other's equipment and making sure all handles are visible, no straps are twisted, and all pins are in place. They'll also be preparing themselves psychologically for the task before them, and their adrenaline will be increasing. Aircraft today, along with our 2 lovely pilots, we have Team Coach Flight Sergeant James Bruce, and he'll be looking out of the door waiting for the right time to signal the team to leave the aircraft. And then following in quick succession, each jumper will exit the aircraft, trailing their smoke. If you're interested in becoming a Royal Air Force Falcon, you would need to enter the Royal Air Force initially as a physical training instructor, a PTI. Having several years in that role, you can then be selected as a Falcon. And as you can see, they've exited the aircraft. We'll be checking their canopies, making sure they can operate them safely, and as well as guiding the team members, the team coach will make sure that he doesn't lose sight of the landing area. See initially is them creating a snake formation, and that's one parachutist behind the other. This is done by making a 180 degrees turn back up the jump run. And once in the position, the team coach will call for the split. To make the split, the team separate, odd numbers going left and right, both at an angle of 45 degrees. The coach will then call to straighten up, and as you can see above you, they are now getting themselves into position. So they've gone left and right. Allow them to perform the crisscross, and they'll turn 90 degrees towards each other, and they'll have closing speeds of over 40 knots at 46 miles per hour. They pass within a few feet of each other, and they have to be incredibly careful and aware of where everybody else is, and it takes a lot of strength and resilience to achieve that. See the carousel forming? We have a big cheer for the carousel. Carousel is named after the fairground ride. It's the team's favourite manoeuvre, and this very dynamic formation again requires vast amounts of concentration. They'll move into the sabre chase, and this is the final move of the display before they land. But this also requires dynamic turns left and right to position themselves for the landing pattern into the arena today. Coach, Flight Sergeant Bruce, will be calling out his instructions to the team, ensuring that they are also aware of the exact place to land. See Flight Sergeant Bruce coming in. Continue their sabre chase. Again, keeping close eye on those crosses. Big cheer, everybody, as they come in. Order of landing, we've got Flight Sergeant James Bruce, Sergeant Gary Nicholson, Sergeant Bobby Menery, Sergeant Doug McCall, Sergeant Ben Sammett, and Sergeant Brooke Stebbings. Congratulations, team, another fantastic display. Our final team member down safely, and you'll soon be able to see the team. What will happen is they've got about 1 minute before the official lineup, and they will quickly remove their equipment, ready to proudly present themselves to you. Their goggles and helmet come off, and their parachutes are gathered in. The team coach and his deputy both wear headsets, which will also need to be removed. So wears a bracket on each leg, and that holds a pair of smoke canisters, which right now are very hot, so the team will need to wear gloves to protect themselves. But the gloves are also useful because when they're jumping from high altitude, the temperature is pretty chilly. Team, they will serve 3 years as a Falcon, doing lots of displays throughout the year. They also have a lengthy training session lasting several months. And you will now have just heard Flight Sergeant Bruce calling everybody, and we have Officer Commanding Flight Lieutenant Chris Wills. Huge round of applause as they present themselves to you. So the salute is being taken by John Brown from IWM, who is the Executive Director. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. We've had a fantastic time being able to display with you today. I'm sure you'll get the opportunity to meet them and pick up a brochure. We'd love to see any photos or videos that you've been able to take throughout the day and to post them on our sites. On a final note, I'd just like to thank our support from our sponsors for this season. Huge thank you to Cotswold Outdoor, Sonic Communications, Remnant Watches, Event Fire Solutions and Summit Air, and also to ASF Sign and Cyprus, and lastly to Irvin GQ. Thank you everybody, we hope you've enjoyed the display and have a lovely day. Handing you back to Ben.
Thank you very much to Corporal Jackie Wellington, commentator for the Royal Air Force Parachute Display Team, the Falcons. What a tremendous way to start our best of 2021 Duxford Flying Day. And the Dornier 228 taxiing in at the eastern end of the airfield. Meantime, our next but one display item, the Pit Special, is taxiing out. A really varied programme of aerial activity for you today. We have lost a few aircraft for various operational and serviceability related reasons, including the Great War Display Team, who were hoping to bring 5 of their First World War replica aeroplanes here. They've been beaten by the weather between Duxford and their operating bases, but nonetheless we are going to be presenting a spectrum of military aviation from the between the wars years right through to the present day RAF with the Typhoon that's going to be closing the show. In amongst that, of course, a great deal of the famous warbird action for which Duxford is rightly renowned from the based operators and a few choice visitors. Those of you hoping to see the Yak-3, now owned by Bob Davey, unfortunately that aircraft suffered a technical snag and so is unable to join us, but we've got more than enough to make up for that wasn't on some of the participation lists you might have seen for today's show. So, aerobatics, warbirds, fast jets, parachuting, something for everyone over the course of the next 3.5 hours or so.
Well, welcome everyone, thank you for tuning in. My name's Ian, I run Planes TV. I did give a big welcome at the beginning, but I know lots of people won't have tuned in until the flying started. Hope you enjoyed seeing the Falcons. First time I've seen them in a very long time. Looking forward to the pit special next, and yeah, taking us into the Storch and L4, which have arrived now. Lovely routine. Watch out for the end of that display because it carries on the ground. I'll say no more. Or at least I'm hoping it will do. It did at Old Buckingham. Do join the chat on YouTube. I am monitoring it, and you can there, if you're enjoying what you're seeing, goes without saying, but give the video a like. And if you're not subscribed to Planes TV on YouTube, do subscribe. We've done all the flying days, apart from the evening one, I think, here at Duxford. Old Buckingham we did, free to view, Jersey as well. So very many live flying displays available on the YouTube Planes TV YouTube channel. Do subscribe and give the video a like, of course. But you can also, if you really enjoy it, you can give a little donation in the chat, a little super chat, or even become a member on the website, on the YouTube channel. Watch.planestavie.com is our on-demand service where we've got 30 years of back catalogue of aviation action. Head there to enjoy some of that. It's a wonderful service to enjoy through the winter, maybe when we haven't got too many flying displays. And it of course helps support Planes TV and the work that we do, bringing you these free to view live broadcasts. So thank you to everyone who is subscribed over on watch.planestavie.com, and if you enjoy what you see today and think you'd like to see more, do check out that service. Who is on the chat? Nice to see Andy joining us. Cara Mason saying, talking about an air show in Lincolnshire, a big RAF one. Wouldn't that be nice, Cara? Yes, I would of course love to see that. Doesn't look like it's on the cards, does it? But it would be lovely to see a big RAF air show in Lincolnshire again. Certainly the north. Really, we've only got Gosford traditionally, haven't we? So as an RAF show, it would be fantastic. But it's not the trend, I'm afraid. But what that has meant, certainly for us, is it means we've got out to some of the smaller shows. And for those of you who watched the Old Buckingham show, I think it's a really good example of you know, it's not a big 8-hour-long RAF funded and supported air show, but it's a really nice venue for a show, very intimate with the aircraft. So without the big shows, it's meant that we as Planes TV have got out to lots of smaller shows, which we've very much enjoyed. I've stopped paying attention. What's happening? Oh, it looks like we've got an arrival coming in. So wait. Oh, in fact, Ben's telling us it's Rob Dean's Firefly. In fact, I'll probably leave you in the capable hands of Ben at this point. I did just want to give another welcome to everybody, and a reminder again that Airfix have supported this live broadcast in promoting it and promoting my on-demand service as well, and they're also offering you as viewers 10% discount this weekend only. So if you're thinking about some aviation related hobbies through the winter and feel like trying your hands at knocking together an Airfix kit, head to airfix.com, their own web store, and use the offer code PLANESTV10, and that will get you a 10% discount off your purchase on the website. That offer can't be used in conjunction with any other ones, so no chaining coupon codes and getting free kits. It is going all right. Oh, we've got a thumbs up. Yeah, so thank you to Airfix, and thank you to you if you do go and use that coupon code. That helps Planes TV. Okay, and join. Chris is saying in the chat, thank you Chris for moderating the chat again. It's been a wonderful support this year. It's a real weight off my mind. A real weight off my mind knowing that you're in the chat. And she has just spotted, as I have, my wife in the chat, who's asking if I'm enjoying my stag do. I am. I've seen all my stags somewhere. Stags, is that what they're called? I'm the stag, am I? I don't know. But I've got a group of guys here this weekend who, yeah, this was the only weekend we could do. So they've dragged them off to an air show. They're all sunning themselves somewhere, no doubt enjoying themselves. Yes, I am enjoying my stag do, lover. Thank you so much for joining the chat. Nice to see you there. Fantastic. And Lime saying can't wait for Cosford. Heard it's going to be a big one. I'm sure it will be. I'm very much looking forward to that too. I hope Sunderland Air Show's back next year. Yeah, I had a little chat with those the organisers of the Sunderland show on Instagram recently, and planning is occurring for a Sunderland Air Show next year. So that's a wonderful news. Me literally modelling when I found this. Don't understand that comment. Groovy man. Oh, I love these chats. My colleague who used to work at MTV asked, what is the amazing tripod you're using for steady work? So we're a Vinton. We're a Vinton lovers. There is a Satchler that you're still on, but all of these are fairly ancient Vinton tripods, but they do tend to last. They've got lovely fluid heads, and yeah, I have used all sorts of other things, but I always find myself drawn back to the Vintons, certainly for longer lens stuff where we are. The kit that we're using today, I'll let you into a little secret, is quite ancient. And for bigger shows we tend to rent in more current gear. So the larger Vinton tripods I really do rate. These ones are perfectly good for the job at hand. And hopefully, yes, it's Adrian the combination is good tripod, really good lens, and a camera operator who's done 30 years of filming airplanes like this Pit Special. Enjoy this, I'll talk to you again later.
Always a pleasure to see a Pitts in a flying display. That'll be back with us shortly. But our next display item is something very different. And we should warn you, we will be playing some quite realistic gunfire effects, we hope, in the course of this next display, because it's all part of the show, so don't be alarmed at the sound you're shortly to hear over the PA system. We're taking you back to 1945, the last days of World War II in Europe, and a representation of one of the war's last aerial dogfights. But it wasn't between, say, a Messerschmitt Bf-109 and a Spitfire. It was between Allied and Axis observation aircraft. We've got a scale replica of the famous Fieseler 156 Storch, that incredibly slow-flying German liaison aeroplane. It's called a Slepchev Storch, the creation of the Australian pilot and engineer Nestor Slepchev, and it's tailed by a real Piper L4 Cub, the military variant of the famed Piper J3, which, Siobhan, has to go down as one of the greatest light aeroplanes of all time, doesn't it, the Cub?
Indeed, Ben. It ended up training about 80% of all the United States military pilots. Their initial training took place in Piper Cubs. And as I said, it's an American-built light aircraft that was built between 1938 and 1947 by Piper Aircraft, a very simple and lightweight design, which gives it very good low-speed handling and very good short-field performance too. The Cub was Piper Aircraft's most produced model, with nearly 20,000 being built in the United States, and its simplicity, affordability and popularity often invokes comparisons to the Model T Ford automobile.
Yes, and it was also an aircraft that proved very adaptable for other military uses other than training, wasn't it? Because the idea had grown up, particularly in the late interwar years, of using light aeroplanes as field artillery observation platforms, able to spot after artillery fire over the horizon and provide that much more accurate guidance.
Yes, exactly, and its performance, due to its performance and its slow cruising speed and low-level manoeuvrability, it was very well suited for a variety of military uses, such as reconnaissance and liaison, and medevac as well.
Yes, there was a dedicated version of the Cub that was produced for aeromedical evacuation duties, with a large portion of the rear fuselage able to be raised. This is the standard L4 model, and these aircraft were assigned to US Army artillery units operating out in the field. That was the raison d'etre of these aircraft, particularly after D-Day in June 1944, as the Allies moved through initially northern France and then further on into occupied Europe. So Cubs would go with the artillery units at the front line.
And the wartime demands for the Cubs increased so that the production rate was one Cub being built every 20 minutes. And as Ben just said, the military type, built in World War II, was designated as the L4 Grasshopper.
And it's another aircraft, the L4, with a bit of a Duxford link, because, as we were saying earlier, and in fact very appropriately now with the Thunderbolt and Mustang starting up, Duxford was home to the 78th Fighter Group of the US Army Air Forces between 1943 and 45, and Cubs were also assigned to Army Air Forces units such as that, and the bomb groups stationed elsewhere in East Anglia, as liaison aircraft, and the 78th Fighter Group had a number of Cubs on strength here at Duxford, and there are some very interesting photos of them to be found on the American Air Museum website.
Oh, that's actually very interesting. I didn't know that.
Yes, one of them used to have on it, on the side, HL, which were the code letters for one of the squadrons of the 78th Fighter Group, and then 6/78, which I always thought was a reference to 78th Fighter Group, but I was told by one of the IWM historians that no, it was the hat size of the commanding officer of the unit 6 7/8.
Is that a large head or a small head?
I have absolutely no idea. That I wasn't informed. But this scenario represents something very specific from late in World War II, a bizarre dogfight using not weapons integrated into the aeroplanes themselves, but small arms.
Well, the small and innocent-looking Piper Club, under its military guise of the L4 Grasshopper, actually became one of the most feared aircraft on World War II battlefields. As I said, we used as an artillery spotter for the American Army, and it's said that the unarmed Grasshopper, note unarmed, commanded more firepower than the larger and heavily armed B-17 Flying Fortress. And when the German soldiers saw a Grasshopper approaching their position, they knew it was time to move, because very soon they would be under fire from Allied artillery.
And to some extent, the Fieseler Storch, which we see here represented by this Slepchev Storch, was the German equivalent of the Cub. Its slow-flying capabilities were remarkable. It was, of course, one of the aircraft types used in the artillery observation role by the German Army. And this modern replica really replicates the design extremely well, including those excellent slow flying capabilities. If the wind was a little stronger today, it could all but hover when flying into wind. Thankfully, the Slepchev Storch is a bit more economical than the Fieseler original, which had a notoriously gas-guzzling V8 engine. But there we see the Cub getting airborne to get into firing position behind the Storch. And this takes us back to the 11th of April 1945. And for the purposes of this display, you have to imagine that we're in eastern Germany, and that flying the little Piper Cub that we just saw get airborne is a US Army pilot named Lieutenant Dwayne Francis, with also on board his observer, William Martin. Francis was a fascinating man. He was desperate to get into action during the war years. He'd been desperate to fly since a very early age, but simply never found himself with the right opportunities. But then he joined the US Army, and it was with them that he got into flying as an air observation pilot with Piper L4s. He was assigned to the 71st Armoured Field Artillery Battalion, which landed on Utah Beach in Normandy on the 28th of July 1944, so 52 days after D-Day. And Francis and his colleagues would spend the next several months following the artillery units around as they advanced through Northern Europe, directing artillery fire and guiding the advancing tank column. Very often they'd be flying from places that weren't even airstrips, maybe roads or fields that were too small for more conventional aeroplanes. But on that date, the 11th of April 1945, Francis and his L4 Cub found themselves in combat with a Fieseler Storch. And that was the sort of small arms fire that was directed using the Colt 45 pistols that were on board with the two crew members in the Cub at the Fieseler Storch. It was Francis' 142nd mission, and they were by now just 48 miles from the German capital, Berlin. They were 100 miles west of the city when Francis spotted a German motorcycle with its sidecar, you will have all have seen those, going along a road near some of the 5th Armoured Division's tanks. So he went in to take a closer look and potentially to warn the Armoured Division that German forces were in the vicinity. Then he saw the Storch flying at an altitude of just 700 or so feet above the trees. And so it was that they went into combat, both crew members firing their Colt pistols. They emptied them into the Storch's windscreen, fuel tanks and starboard wing, Francis holding the stick between his knees while reloading his weapon. It was during a low turn that the Storch was brought into the ground. Rest in a pasture. Following this, that Dwayne Francis, and we can see here the Storch simulating trailing smoke as if it's been successfully shot at by the crew members in the Cub, that Francis was recommended for the award of what was his second Distinguished Flying Cross of the war. However, it took more than 20 years until the 1960s for the story of the recommendation for the DFC and the mission behind it to come to wider public attention. And so it was that Francis was finally presented with that decoration in St. Paul, Minnesota in 1967, 22 years after the mission concerned. Meanwhile, he left the army, albeit staying in the reservists, and become a commercial pilot. He'd been recalled to active duty as a reservist during the Korean War, which made up 29 years of frontline and reserve service in all. But here we can see the Storch having been brought down into the pasture, being played by Duxford's grass runway today. Combat isn't over because the German pilot on board the Storch needs to be taken prisoner. There we see the Cub making a low pass over its quarry. So you can see, those of you next to the control tower, an American soldier signalling the Storch into land, and no doubt with the help of the Cub crew, the poor German pilot is about to have his day made even worse. Having been shot down, he's going to be taken prisoner. Cub also into land, and that's going to be taxiing up to where the Storch has parked and from which the pilot is alighting. And yes, it looks like the German pilot is pleading forgiveness and giving himself up. Quite right too. I'm not very happy with it. But I think any final resistance he's going to give will indeed be futile, because he can wave his fist at the Cub all he likes, but it was a fair and square aerial victory. Ladies and gentlemen, that was Sam Watno in the Storch, Anthony Benkowski in the Cub. That great act.
It was indeed, and good to know that they'll live to fight another day.
Well, having mentioned the 78th Fighter Group of the US Army Air Forces, it's two fighter types of those last 2 years of the war that it spent based at Duxford, the P-47 and the Mustang, represented by the TF-51 two-seater, getting airborne in formation off the hard. And they'll be back with us after we've had the first of our day's aerobatic interludes. And for this, we're going to turn to what is without question one of the greatest aerobatic aircraft of them all. Not the sort of machine that you would compete in aerobatic competitions today at the very highest levels in, but an absolutely brilliant mount for the newer aerobatic pilot, and still a fantastic display aeroplane. And when you see this aircraft going through its paces, just think that the original design dates back as far as 1944, and it's still very recognisably a development of that. And indeed, there are far more heavily modified examples than the relatively stock one we're about to see. We're going to enjoy soon, we believe, running in from the left. Display by a very diminutive but very distinctive biplane. Ears look high up and to your left, having taken off, gained height in the hold to build up altitude, which he'll then convert into speed and energy as he dives in for his display. Of course, a pit special, and this is a single seat S1 derivative. It was the American aerobatic pilot Curtis Pitts who created his little biplane design in 1944, and it soon became an absolute sensation at some of the aeronautical displays that started up again in the early post-war period. And that included when the aircraft was first demonstrated in Britain. Of course, one of the highest performance aerobatic aircraft of its day in those early post-war years. And as it was further developed, not least with more powerful engines, Pit Specials went on to achieve considerable success at international competition level. Not least in the hands of the pilots of the American team at the World Championships. And it was testament to this design's essential rightness, to how correct Curtis Pitts was in all the assumptions he made when he was developing this design, still in wartime, don't forget, that more modified Pit Specials remained viable, high-level competition aerobatic aircraft right into the 1980s. And so many famous aerobatic teams have flown the pits at displays as well. Those of you who've been coming to air shows for a long time might remember the Rothmans team, the Marlborough team, Team Toyota. The Royal Jordanian Falcons flew the pits for some time, as did the Chilean Air Force aerobatic team, the Alconef, and more recently the Trig team, Richard Grace and Dave Pulliston, would entertain us splendidly in their two S1Ds. Modified engines and huge modifications to the airframe. We've seen many so-called ultimates or muscle pit derivatives appearing. As into the air goes another aerobatic biplane, the Jungmann, followed off the hard runway by the tiny little Cosmic Wind. They'll be back with us in a while.
Yeah, mate, yeah.
And so landing on after his first display at a Duxford show, Alex Harris with the Pitts S1 Special. One of the pilots on the air show scene. I gather he's quite a keen glider pilot as well as flying powered aerobatics with the Pitts as we've just seen. Very nice to see some new talent appearing on the show circuit, and there'll be more of that in the display later. But we are now looking out for the first of today's really heavy metal warbird action, and two types with great Duxford connections, two very different shapes, two very different engine notes. They come in over the motorway, the Republic P-47D Thunderbolt and the North American TF-51D Mustang. Two, the great US Army Air Forces fighters of the latter part of the Second World War. And the two very long-range escort fighters were able to accompany the Allied bombers, the American B-17s and B-24s and the RAF Halifaxes and Lancasters on their raids deep into occupied Europe. And such a contrast between the two airframes. The Republic P-47, one of the largest single piston engine fighters ever built. An aircraft that indeed could weigh some 7 tons, which was more than some multi-engine platforms. The Mustang looks almost small and effete. No wonder that some of the pilots in the 8th Air Force's fighter group stationed in East Anglia, when the time came to convert from the P-47 to the P-51, were less than happy about the changeover. The P-47 has been such a rugged, dependable airframe, especially on low-level missions over Europe.
Yes, and the Mustang P-51's primary role, with its excellent range and manoeuvrability, was to operate as a long-range bomber escort fighter over Europe from bases in the United Kingdom. And it served in nearly every combat zone during World War II and proved to be what many consider to be the most successful fighter in history. During World War II, Mustang pilots claimed to have destroyed 4,950 or so enemy aircraft. This particular Mustang flying for us today is a dual-controlled training version of the Mustang fighter, and some of you may remember it was formerly known as Miss Velma. It now carries the UK Contrariway scheme with the black and white checked colours of the 78th Fighter Group, based at RAF Duxford in 1944.
Duxford, so intimately involved in the history of the Mustang and its transformation that was wrought by the installation of the Merlin engine, built on production Merlin Mustangs by the Packard Company in the United States. This following an evaluation of one of the earlier Allison V1710 engined examples here at RAF Duxford by the Air Fighting Development Unit. Wrong to dismiss those early Allison engine Mustangs, because while it wasn't a good high-altitude, long-range fighter with the Allison engine. Mustangs with the V1710 power plant were actually still really effective in the ground attack role and on low-level tactical reconnaissance right through until the end of World War II. And that was another of the P-51's great contributions to the Allied effort, along with the long-range bomber escort mission that we were talking about, and which of course is closely associated with this part of the world, where so many 8th Air Force fighter and bomber bases saw a great deal of operational activity from 1942 until 45. P-47, owned by Fighter Aviation Engineering, operated like the Mustang by Air Leasing, is in the markings of a 9th Air Force unit. We shouldn't forget that while the 8th Air Force was stationed at bases in East Anglia, the 9th took up residence during the same period at bases further south and west in the UK. And the markings on the P-47 with the name Nellie B, those of an aeroplane operated by the 492nd Fighter Squadron of the 9th Air Force, stationed at Ibsley in the New Forest in Hampshire until it moved to France just 12 days after D-Day. And the 492nd Fighter Squadron still very much resident in the UK today, albeit flying the F-15E Strike Eagle from RAF Lakenheath in Suffolk. Next year marks the 80th anniversary of the start of operations by the 8th and 9th Air Forces from the United Kingdom during World War II, and I'm sure that along with the 75th anniversary of the modern US Air Force, will be among the topics we consider at next year's Duxford Flying Days and Air Shows. The P-47 into land, the Mustang has gone off to Sywell. John Gowdy at the controls of the Thunderbolt, and it was Andy Durston in the Mustang. Thank you to them for an absolutely splendid display of those two wartime American fighters. But now look out over the motorway, the Bücker Bü 131 Jungmann, and rolling around its smoke, the LeVier Cosmic Wind.
This is a pair that we don't often see displaying together, and I know the Cosmic Wind is one of your favourite aircraft, Ben.
Oh, it absolutely is. It's an incredible little machine, not intended for aerobatics originally, although that was what it became known for later, but as an air racer in the new Formula One category that developed in the United States shortly after World War II. This aircraft has just 100 horsepower from its Continental engine. It's 16 feet 8 inches long and only a little wider, with a span of 18 feet 11 inches. So it really is very diminutive indeed, and it came about as the result of the efforts of a man called Tony LeVier, who was a Lockheed test pilot and who had carried out air racing in the United States before the war. When the Goodyear class of Formula One air racing was developed after hostilities, he and a design and building team drawn from the Lockheed Company staff built their new little racer in 6 separate garages in the Los Angeles area. Now the rules for that class were very simple. The maximum engine size had to be 190 cubic inches, according to American measurements. The airframe had to be able to withstand 6G, and pilot competence was checked very carefully in order to try and hopefully avoid some of the problems that had occurred in pre-war air racing with rather more potent machinery. Now, the first ever Cosmic Wind had just an 85 horsepower Continental engine. It was named Little Tony, and it first appeared at the 1947 National Air Races in Cleveland, Ohio. It was joined there by the second example, named Minnow. Both of them got to the final, although they had to make some alterations to the airframe which slowed them down a bit, so they only finished third and fourth. But then came a third aircraft, built for a Lockheed flight test engineer named Glenn Fulkerson, and it was named Ballerina because Fulkerson's wife was herself a ballerina. In all, 6 Cosmic Winds were built. The last of them in the UK. And indeed quite a few of the Cosmic Wind airframes found their way to this country, including Ballerina, which was imported to these shores 60 years ago this year by the Tiger Club, that organisation that's done so much to promote recreational flying, air racing and aerobatics and displays over the decades. It became an incredibly popular display participant in the 60s, flown by some of the great pilots of the era, people like Dennis Hartus, Peter Phillips and Neil Williams. And Williams even used it in the 1964 World Aerobatic Championships held in Bilbao. And he performed very well in spite of the fact that the aircraft really wasn't suitable for competition aeros. It was a bit fast, so it used up quite a lot of sky in comparison with the likes of the Pit Specials and the Zlins and so forth. And it only had, by all accounts, a makeshift inverted fuel system, which was apparently almost useless, so the system had to be turned continually on and off during his aerobatic sequence. Badly damaged Ballerina in 1966, but was very comprehensively rebuilt to fly again in Formula One air racing in the UK in the 70s, when it was very successful. And very excitingly, hopefully pretty soon, we should see 2 of these little Cosmic Winds flying together, because Richard Grace has bought Minnow. It's currently being rebuilt at Sywell, and I cannot wait to see a pair of Cosmic Winds. But now, Siobhan, we have the quite delightful Jungmann.
Yes, and the aerobatic display of the Bücker Jungmann begins as the diminutive Cosmic Wind leaves the airfield. Now, the Bücker Jungmann was designed in 1933 by Anders Andersson, a Swedish engineer who was working for Bücker in Berlin. The prototype Bücker Jungmann flew first in April 1934 and was immediately ordered in large numbers as a trainer for the Luftwaffe. An estimated 4,000 planes were built, first in Germany, and then under license in Switzerland, Spain, Czechoslovakia, Hungary and Japan. They were used as aerobatic trainers also by the Spanish Air Force up to the late 1970s, and in fact they were in continuous production in Spain for longer than any other country. And this particular aircraft is ex-Spanish Air Force, built in 1952 and is in the colour scheme 1936 Berlin Olympics.
Yes, that's because famously there was an aerobatic competition staged not as part of the Olympics itself, but as a side activity in Berlin that year. The Bücker biplanes, both the two-seat Jungmann, like we see here, and the single-seat development, the Jungmeister, was very prominent. Though, in fact, the winner was another of the famous German trainers of the period, a Focke-Wulf FW44 Stieglitz, in the hands of a Herr Horning. Now, in some ways, this was a sort of equivalent to Germany of the Tiger Moth, being a biplane basic trainer. But of course, as we can see, it's far more aerobatically capable than the Tiger.
Yes, they have 4 ailerons and an excellent flick rolling capabilities.
And the capability to fly a quite beautiful rolling circle. One of the more challenging manoeuvres. Little more power at the disposal of pilots, as in this case flying the Spanish-built Casa Jungmann, because they had 150 horsepower from the Mk.Vb engine, as opposed to just 100 horsepower on the standard Bücker aircraft from the Hirt engine. But as you will have seen if you've ever seen an original German-powered one flying, it was still a wonderful aerobatic performer. Final pass coming up. Another glorious bit of flying, an elongated slow roll down the line. These aircraft were imported into other countries in quantity from Spain, as our 2 Hurricane 1s get airborne. And in fact, most of the Jungmanns you'll see around the circuit are indeed ex-Spanish examples. This one was fully restored in the early 1990s. It's fitted with a fully inverted fuel and oil system, and as we saw, a very effective smoke system. It's flown in the most beautiful fashion today by Anna Walker, and before that we saw Pete Kinsey giving another of his simply phenomenal displays in the Cosmic Wind.
Our next display act, joining us in a moment, will be our 2 Mark I Hurricanes, led by R4118, which was delivered new to 605 Squadron in August 1940 and thrown into the heat of battle against the Luftwaffe from her base in Croydon. She flew 49 sorties, shooting down or damaging 5 enemy aircraft before she herself was battle damaged.
While our 418, as Siobhan mentioned, was the first of the 2 Hurricanes to fly through on that opening pass, the first of them to display for us, V7497, operated by Hurricane 501. The operator's name, a reference to the fact that this aircraft served during the Battle of Britain with number 501 Squadron, based at Kenley in Greater London. It undertook 7 operational sorties before being shot down by a Luftwaffe Messerschmitt Bf 109. beautiful Hurricane restorations carried out by Hawker Restorations, formerly based at Milden in Suffolk, now at Elmset. And it was from Elmset that it first flew on the 30th of August 2018 after a lengthy rebuild. But now, in from the left is R4118.
As I mentioned earlier, this aircraft flew 49 sorties before she was herself battle damaged and moved from the front line for repair. She saw combat again when flying patrols over the North Sea in 1941 and had a second career as a training aircraft. And it was as a training aircraft in 1943 in December she was shipped to India. However, she was never needed as such and remained in her packing case in Bombay until 1947 when she was struck off charge and donated to a university for engineering instruction. And there, in that packing case, she stayed outside in the elements, slowly decaying in the corner of a courtyard, until retired businessman and restoration enthusiast Peter Basher discovered her in 1996 and determined to bring her back to Britain for restoration to flying condition. She was restored over a period of 3 years at Hawker Restorations, who Ben mentioned restored the other Mark I we've seen flying, and she returned to the skies in December 2004.
We're so privileged now to have 5 airworthy Hurricanes based here at Duxford, of which 4 are early war Mark 1s like this. And who knows, at some event in the future, if Battle of Britain Memorial Flight, for example, could be enjoined into proceedings, it's very possible that a Hurricane formation in double figures could be mounted, just as we now routinely, at our Battle of Britain air shows here, mount double figure formations of Spitfires. Was the man flying the Hurricane V7497, the first of the 2 to land, operated by Hurricane 501. And there James Brown, completing his sequence in R4118, which he acquired in 2015 from Peter Vasher. James has been building up to fly the Hurricane on his own Harvard, and this is his first display season with both aircraft. He did his first Harvard display at Old Warden back in May, and his debut performance in the Hurricane was at Little Gransden in August. As they vacate the runway, we're going to get an aircraft that's appearing in a few items' time, airborne off to the hold. Another of the splendid Duxford-based aeroplanes, and one of the finest examples of its type you'll see anywhere. This is the de Havilland DH-89A Dragon Rapide. Now we're looking out for one of the highlights of today's programme. Enjoyed the presence of the Battle of Britain Memorial Flight here in September with a couple of their Spitfires on each day. It's been all too long since the end of the 2019 season that we've seen what is very much the flagship of the heavy aircraft in the flight back with us. That's because it's been on major service here with the Aircraft Restoration Company during most of the 2021 season, but with that completed, it's now able to rejoin us once again for one of its only displays here in the 2021 season. I'm talking, of course, about the Avro Lancaster of the Royal Air Force Battle of Britain Memorial Flight, and it and the BBMS 2 Spitfires that we've got on display today, shortly running in from behind us for their display.
It's always a wonderful sight to see the Battle of Britain Memorial Flight, and especially today's sort of extended display of the Lancaster, which is now heading back to its base at RAF Coningsby, and the 2 Spitfires will be landing here at Duxford. And as I'm thinking about the Lancaster going back to Coningsby, I'm wondering how many houses and back gardens it will be flying over, where people will just pick up the sound of the engines and rush out to see what it is as the Lancaster flies overhead.
Yes, that to me is often one of the most potent ways to experience the Lancaster, the sort of unexpected sighting as it transits around the country. Not so much this year, of course, as its service was completed here. There's the Spitfire 16 in to land first. Craft in the colours of Group Captain Alexander Gabsiewicz, the officer commanding number 131 Polish wing, and we'll reflect more on the Polish contribution to RAF operations during the Second World War later on, when we see the historic aircraft collections Spitfire flying as part of a 3-ship of Spits that we have later on for you. This has whetted your appetite for seeing Spitfires aplenty close up. Well, you've got a brilliant chance to do that here with a new exhibition which is opening here on the 27th of December. It's called Spitfire, Evolution of an Icon. 12 Spitfires of different marks from different operators will be parking up in the front of the airspace hall here at Duxford. There'll be tours, talks, events and family activities centred around them, allowing you to delve deeper into this aircraft's history. Of course, this is the place to do it, because it was here at RAF Duxford in 1938 that number 19 Squadron brought the Spitfire into operational Royal Air Force service. And it's a type that's been closely associated with this aerodrome for much of the period since. Firefly getting airborne to go and hold.
Or wasn't that a magnificent sight? So wonderful to see the Lancaster back out on the circuit and at an air show. Hello, forgive me for interrupting Ben and Siobhan's wonderful air show commentary. My name's Ian, I'm one of the camera operators. I run Planes TV. Just wanted to say thank you for joining, and wasn't that wonderful? If you enjoyed seeing the Lancaster back at an air show, make sure to give the video a like, and to encourage me to do more of these live broadcasts, make sure to subscribe to us on the YouTube channel. Do make sure to do that. You'll catch more of our live broadcasts in the future. And with the Spitfires there, it's another opportunity for me to remind you of Airfix's kind offer to you this weekend. A 10% discount on their web store. So if you fancy building yourself a Spitfire model, maybe taking up a bit of Airfix model building over the winter, that's my plan for this winter, head to airfix.com and browse their selection. And a good suggested kit is the starter set, the Spitfire Mk.V starter set, I think. We'll see 3 Mk.Vs later on. You get your paints, get a brush, get the glue, everything you need to rekindle the Airfix building experience, and I'll be joining you in that. And thank you to Airfix for their promotion of the live broadcast this weekend, and the On Demand service as well. Right, I will hand you back now to the guys. We were expecting the Rapide in at any moment, but one reminder again to give the video a like. It encourages YouTube to promote the video to other people, and if you think people might enjoy this live broadcast of the finale, the last Duxford flying day, then give the video a like, and if you're enjoying what you're watching, make sure to subscribe. And so you won't miss out on future live broadcasts. Thank you all for joining. Do say hello in the chat. I am monitoring it whilst I'm doing camera work and trying to sell you Airfix kits as well. Do say hello in the chat. It's always lovely to communicate in that way. Enjoy the rest of the show, guys. I can see the Rapide coming in. Oh, Adrian's having a Coke. He's missed it. I'll give him 5 seconds to cut it. All right, enjoy.
Aircraft capable of carrying 8 passengers side by side, so they each got a window seat, with a single pilot. It was very widely used by airlines all over the world and by the RAF during World War II. This Rapide was built for the RAF in 1941 at Hatfield and used first by No. 1 Camouflage Flight at Hendon.
Was then handed over to an organisation called the Associated Airways Joint Committee, and it was assigned to the Northern Division of Scottish Airways, who used it for scheduled services and ambulance flights. And make no mistake, this was very much a frontline role. Many personnel from the naval base at Scapa Flow, the top secret naval base indeed as it was, at Scapa Flow, would have travelled on this very aeroplane in these very colours during that period. This was because Rapides such as this very aeroplane were the only civilian aircraft used during World War II for operations under military control but still in civilian hands to maintain communications with Northern Ireland, the Scilly Isles and the Highlands and Islands of Scotland. They were of course unarmed, they flew in all weathers and were subject always to the possibility of enemy attack. And they kept open certain passenger, freight, ambulance and mail services as an alternative to use by very vulnerable ferry boats. The Rapides of Scottish Airways flying those sort of missions are known to have carried Allied military agents to the Shetland Islands, from where they would be transported by sea to Scandinavia. And as part of this aeroplane's painstaking 27-year restoration, it was put back into its wartime Scottish Airways colours with RAF camouflage and a red, white and blue stripe below the registration letters. And there are no other airplanes in the world that recall the work done by these civilian Rapides in military camouflage during wartime.
After the war, in the 1950s, this aircraft was used for joyriding at Heathrow, and it ended its commercial life by lifting parachutists at Thruxton and Halfpenny Green. It was ferried to the Imperial War Museum in 1975 after it had been completely worn out by all its hard usage, and where it became apparent that it would have cost the Duxford Aviation Society more to repair than it was actually worth. But thankfully, it was taken on by father and son, David and Mark Miller, and friends, who spent, as Ben said, the 27 years rebuilding it to better than new condition. It flew again in June 2004 and led the official World War II 60th anniversary commemorative flypast over the Mole and Buckingham Palace in 2005.
Several Rapides you can go flying on here at Duxford with classic wings, but as we say, in this particular example, because of all that wartime service and the colours in which it appears today, all the more special, a true warbird, and landing on, after a typically elegant display, Mark Miller with the DH-89A Dragon Rapide. A significant aircraft in the history of British civil aviation, one that really proved during the 1930s the advantages that could be conferred by air travel over other means. But now, centre stage taken straight away by our next act, diving straight in front of us, the Slingsby T67 Mk.II Firefly.
As Ben said, this is a Slingsby T67 M160 Mk.II, which was built for the military in 1987 by Slingsby Aviation Limited in Yorkshire. The original design of the Slingsby Firefly was by Frenchman René Fournier in 1974, who then sold the design rights to Slingsby Aviation in 1981. This aircraft is a two-seater, side-by-side, aerobatic trainer, and if you look closely when you see it on the ground, it's one of the most easily identifiable features of the military versions of this aircraft is the larger cockpit canopy to accommodate the military pilots' issued helmets as well as their parachutes. And this aircraft was used by the RAF Defence Elementary Flying Training School to teach pilots with no flying experience up to full instrument flight qualifications. It is fully aerobatic with a Lycoming fuel-injected engine and inverted oil system, allowing it to fly for prolonged periods in inverted flight, 5 minutes or longer.
This was one of a family of different different marks of Firefly produced by Slingsby at Kirkby Moorside. Factory site sadly no longer extant. They started off being built out of wood, but Slingsby, through their experience with sailplanes, had developed a great deal of expertise in aircraft built from composite materials, and so subsequent marks of Firefly, including this one, switched to composite construction. Produced with more powerful engines than this as well. This is, as Sir Vaughan mentioned, 160 horsepower. There was a 200 horsepower model. The ultimate was the T67M260 with 260 horses. That was the main mark of Firefly used by the Defence Elementary Flying Training School. Those of you who are real air show veterans, particularly at the Royal International Air Tattoo, will remember the fantastic, precise displays of aerobatics put on in the 260 horsepower models by someone very well known as a warbird pilot at Duxford, the late Alan Wade. And I always think of Alan whenever I see a yellow Firefly in the Defence Elementary Flying Training School markings cavorting through the skies like this. The type was also sold to the US Air Force as an elementary trainer. They called it the T3. It suffered a few incidents in USAF service, although the type was fully exonerated. Nonetheless, the USAF withdrew them. But they still carried on being used by several countries for military training, and they're very popular on the civilian scene, the ex-military, albeit largely civil registered in the UK's case, Fireflies. Very popular, as you won't be surprised to hear, as aerobatic trainers, given the type's capabilities in that field. Side-by-side cockpit configuration, very much like the Grob Tutor. And indeed the new Grob Prefect in current RAF service. Final pass of this display coming up, a routine in which we've definitely seen the aerobatic capabilities very well demonstrated. And another famous British aircraft manufacturer sadly no longer with us. to land the Slingsby T67 Mark II Firefly. And flying it through that lovely display was one of the most experienced men on the airshow circuit, Rod Dean, who is the flying display coordinator at the airshows here at IWM Duxford. He has so many different types in his logbook, and next year, remarkably, will be the 50th anniversary of Rod's first display season in the Hawker Hunter as an RAF flying officer, during which he won the trophy for best solo jet display at that year's Air Tattoo show at North Weald, and he's still just as good a campaigner half a century on. Well, now we're sticking with trainers and an unusual and you might think unlikely duo. You can see them high and out to the left. They're called the Cold War trainers, and they comprise the de Havilland Canada Chipmunk T10. That, of course, from the western side, and from the east, the Yakovlev Yak-52.
As Ben mentioned, the de Havilland Chipmunk is a training aircraft, primary trainer aircraft, tandem, 2-seat, and was developed shortly after the Second World War by the Canadian aircraft manufacturer de Havilland Canada, and it was their first post-war aviation project. The prototype Chipmunk was flown for the first time by Pat Fillingham, a parent company de Havilland test pilot, in May 1946 from Downsview, near Toronto.
And in fact, it was 30 years later that the Yak-52 first took to the air in the Soviet Union, a design that was produced in great quantity both in the USSR itself and particularly in Romania.
And talking about Chipmunks and anniversaries, this year is the 75th anniversary of the first flight.
And this display, which is new for this year, has been designed, the pilots say, on a challenge and response basis. So the two aircraft will be alternating, showing not combat between them, these being trainers, allowing you to compare and contrast their characteristics as they swap taking centre stage.
I was going to say, if we're doing compare and contrast, the Chipmunks served also a little bit as crop sprayers. I wonder whether Yaks did.
Not of this type, not that I know of, and I'm also pretty sure that Yak-52s never flew as spy planes either, as Chipmunks did with the RAF Gatow station flight in Berlin on photographic reconnaissance missions during the Cold War. It was an aircraft of many talents, the Chipmunk.
Yes, and about 1,000 were built in the UK at Hatfield and Chester, further 218 or so in Canada and 66 in Portugal. In fact, the Portuguese still operate some as trainers.
the Yak-52, well, it was omnipresent in the Soviet Union as one of the main primary training mounts of an organisation called DOSAF, which was the Soviet Union's paramilitary flying training organisation. But it's an aircraft that is almost better known in the West than the East, because after the fall of the Warsaw Pact in the early 1990s, enormous numbers of Yak-52s came onto the Western market. And you can see why, a reliable, potent, very aerobatically capable mount.
And of course, during the 1950s, 1960s, many of the Chipmunks were brought onto the British Civil Register by private owners and commercial organisations after they were withdrawn from RAF service. And that's where they had a little bit of life as crop sprayers and glider towing tugs, as well as personal transport aircraft. And actually Prince Philip learnt to fly in a Chipmunk and has always claimed it to be one of his favourite aircraft.
Very interesting this year to see so many different configurations and different markings on Chipmunks during this 75th anniversary period and some of the major celebrations that have taken place. After that brief display of further aeros by the Chipmunk, here is the Yak-52. An aircraft that was produced in series for 20 years, between 1978 and 98, latterly, as I say, in Romania, from where quite a lot of the examples that came onto the UK market in the 1990s hailed. An airframe stressed to between +7 and -5G. And it's relatively similar in some respects to the single-seat Yak-50 design, which is also equipped with a tail wheel we've seen here in the past. But the Yak-52 with tricycle undercarriage in standard form, also available with a nose wheel undercarriage in standard form, also available in tail wheel configuration as part of a later upgrade. Such a distinctive note from the big Russian radial engine powering the Yak-52, a 9-cylinder Vedenev M14 of 360 horsepower. Just a bit of a contrast to the harmonious note of the, by contrast, somewhat less powerful 145 horsepower Gypsy Major 8, also built by de Havilland in the Chipmunk.
This Chipmunk entered service in March 1950. It was restored in 2014, and it flies today in the colour scheme of number 2 Flying Training School, which had the largest concentration of Chipmunks in the RAF, with some 42 aircraft noted in the mid-70s.
Flying Training School at that time also operated an aerobatic team of Chipmunks called the Blue Chips, one of many Chipmunk teams to have existed over the years. The one I remember most fondly, the Grey Owls of the Army Air Corps Basic Fixed Wing Flight at Middle Wallop. Grey Owls a reference to the pilots rather than the aircraft. They were all exceptionally senior senior gentlemen with an incredible array of flying experience among their ranks, including test flying some of the great British experimental and prototype aircraft of the 1950s in some cases. The Army Air Corps not retiring the Chipmunk until early 1997. But of course, Chipmunks have stayed in use with the historic flights of all three services, two of them still with the Battle of Britain Memorial Flight as tail dragger trainers. Here a final pass in the missing man configuration with the Yak pulling up and a wing rock by the Chipmunk. Now civilianised historic flights of both the Fleet Air Arm and the Army Air Corps, also with Chipmunks on strength. The Navy Wing's heritage flight example having recently returned to fly on the Civil Register, soon to be followed by that of the historic Army aircraft flight. Landing back with us, and that was the debut display for the Cold War trainers. Of them in the Yak-52, and that was the first ever public display by its pilot, Alex Luton. He's a commercial pilot who keeps this Yak at White Waltham, and he is extremely proud to have done his first public air show performance at a venue as illustrious as this. Very well done, Alex. Following him into land, Phil Hardisty, who trained Alex to fly. Phil's been enjoying doing quite a lot of display flying this season, while he awaits a return to full-time commercial flying.
And the Chipmunk is, of course, based just a short flight over the hills in front of us there at Audley End Airfield.
But now, getting airborne from the grass to our right, a true jewel of the scene here at Duxford, the Hawker Nimrod 1. After 3 years' absence to once again hear the beautiful note of the circa 600 horsepower Rolls-Royce Kestrel 5 engine. The Nimrod came about when the Fleet Air Arm needed a faster and more capable carrier-borne fighter to replace the rather outdated Fairey Flycatcher in the early 1930s. Hawker first came up with a private venture design called the Norn, and then the Nimrod. It had its origins in the land-based Hawker Fury of the Royal Air Force, but in reality it was a significantly different machine. The wings are of greater span, and amongst other changes, flotation boxes were fitted in the aircraft's wings and fuselage. Only 92 were produced, and that makes it all the more remarkable that even this one, let alone a second, example of the Nimrod should still be airworthy today. The first 42 examples were Mark 1s such as this, and they entered service with number 402 Fleet Fighter Flight on HMS Courageous in November 1931. The next 50 were Mark 2s, and there's a Mark 2 also airworthy at Duxford with the Historic Aircraft Collection. The Bearcat gets airborne underneath. The Mark II Nimrod was very different from this Mark I. The aircraft was given a rester gear to aid with the carrier landings. The wings were swept back a bit. It was fitted with a different cooling system. It had a tail wheel rather than a tail skid. Gas starting system. And a more powerful Kestrel engine. And it was, by all accounts, a much more refined and operator-friendly aeroplane. Squadrons of the Fleet Air Arm ever flew Nimrods. 800, 801 and 802, based on different ships. At that time, the Fleet Air Arm was still organisationally part of the RAF. It wasn't transferred to Admiralty control until 1939. And on the Navy's carriers, the Nimrods deployed quite widely. Embarkation aboard HMS Glorious in 1935 after Italy, under Benito Mussolini, invaded Abyssinia. In fact, they were embarked for the best part of a year, but saw no combat action, perhaps thankfully, given the fact that this early 30s design was outmoded even by then, let alone by later, and yet there was still a handful of Nimrods on strength with the Fleet Air Arm when war broke out in 1939. Armament came from a pair of forward-firing Vickers machine guns, and these aircraft could also carry 4 20-pound bombs on underwing positions. Comes to unlikely survivors in the historic aircraft world. This machine must rank, along with the Mark II I mentioned earlier, near the top of the list. This was just the third production Mark I Nimrod built at Hawker's facility at Kingston upon Thames. With number 408 Fleet Fighter Flight that was embarked in HMS Glorious and later became 802 Squadron before it was written off in 1938. The remains ended up in a scrapyard in Hounslow in Middlesex, from where they were donated to the RAF Museum. From there they were bought by Aero Vintage and restored from 1994 onwards. Aero Vintage completed that work in 2000, and that was the year it took to the air again in its original 802 squadron markings. A couple of years later, the aeroplane was exchanged by the Historic Aircraft Collection for the Fighter Collection's Hurricane. So this aircraft has now been with TFC for the best part of 2 decades. About to come in for the last pass of its first display since 2018. We saw the Hurricanes earlier. We saw there one member of Hawker's famous line of propeller-driven fighters. Well, when we see the Nimrod parked back up on the flight line alongside them, you look at them together, the family resemblance in the fuselage design is very clear to see. And then, after a quite gorgeous demonstration of what must be one of the most elegant aircraft to grace any flying program, the chief pilot of the fighter collection, Pete Kinsey, with the Hawker Nimrod 1. we turn now from one naval fighter to a very different one. In from the right, the mighty Grumman F8F2P Bearcat. Is the answer to the question, what do you get if you put a large capacity engine in a fighter of small dimensions? You get one of the fastest piston engine fighters of them all. An aircraft just too late to see service during World War II with the US Navy. And indeed, which didn't see any service with the US Navy in the Korean War either, but was still much loved by its pilots. Developed as a successor to the enormously successful and capable F6F Hellcat, which performed so superbly during the Pacific Campaign. And it's just an aeroplane that begs for a sky like this. Clear blue, able to demonstrate its outstanding performance in the vertical. At a sea of a 2,100 horsepower Pratt & Whitney double wasp radial engine, which takes this aeroplane to a maximum speed in excess of 421 miles an hour in level flight. Four frontline squadrons of the US Navy would be equipped with Bearcats, and it was the second mount after the Hellcat of the US Navy demonstration team, the Blue Angels. They were pretty soon superseded by the early jets, the likes of the F2H Banshee and the F9F Panther. On being used by second line and training squadrons. In 1949, Bearcats were in service aboard the USS Boxer when it was sent to defend the Republic of China, or Taiwan as we now call it, against the threat of communist China. The French Air Force used them in the 1950s during the conflict in Indochina. Look at it go up into the blue. And this being flown as would any display aeroplane such as this at a relatively conservative power setting. Just think what this aeroplane's performance would look like if the taps were really opened up. No wonder that Bearcats have proved so successful in unlimited class air racing in the United States, of which the Reno Air Racers are now the final bastion, and where a highly modified Bearcat named Rare Bear scored multiple victories in the unlimited gold race. The first aircraft acquired by the fighter collection when it was being formed in the early 1980s by Stephen Gray. F2P photographic reconnaissance variant, which is painted in the colours of a Bearcat by US Navy Fighter Squadron VF-20. Off goes the Harvard to go out and hold. Which I think must mean the Bearcat's complete. We didn't hear his last pass call over the noise of the Spitfires and the Hawk taxiing out past us. Classic fighter-style curved approach to maintain forward visibility as long as possible before rolling out wings level for landing in from the west. The fighter collection's F8 F2P Bearcat. Trolls for that superlative demonstration of one of the most potent piston engine fighters of them all, Brian Smith. And today is a special day for Brian because it's the first display he's done since becoming a granddad. So thank you so much, Brian. Brian's son, Nick, already very active as a Warbird pilot. He's an F-35 Lightning II pilot in his day job, Nick. So who knows whether the yet younger member of the family will get into display flying in due course. They're certainly very good at it, the Smiths. There go the Slepchev Storch and the Piper L4. Taking no time at all to just turn straight to the south and head home to leave the airspace clear for the takeoff to hold of the next but one act. So, the roll, we have the Curtiss Hawk 75 and 3 Spitfire 5s.
And now we have our next display item, the Harvard Mk.IV Wacky Wabbit. Heading straight for us with very distinctive sound of its 600 horsepower Pratt & Whitney Wasp engine. Harvard is one of many thousands built between 1935 and 1954, and Wacky Wabbit, this aircraft, is amongst the last to be built by the Canadian Car Foundry in 1954, built for the United States Air Force under the Mutual Development Assistance Program. This aircraft spent most of its working life training pilots in the Italian Air Force before being restored in the year 2000, and it has a few film credits to its name too, including masquerading as a Japanese Zero in Empire of the Sun. This Harvard has been based here at Duxford since 2009 and is painted in the scheme of a former RAF Desert Air Force Mark II Harvard, which was shipped directly from the USA to the Middle East in November 1941 by steamship. During its time in the Middle East, the aircraft that this scheme represents saw service, and it was believed she would have been used for acclimatizing fighter and Army cooperation pilots to desert conditions. Records show that Harvards in that area were also used for conversion and continuation training for pilots onto the Hurricane and Spitfire. The aircraft that this colour scheme represents did have a minor connection with Duxford, as it saw service with 154 Squadron, which was originally based just to the west of RAF Duxford at RAF Falmere before they were deployed to the Middle East. Banking now for its final pass. If you get a chance to have a closer look at the colour scheme on this aircraft on the ground, you'll see there's a rabbit squadron patch and nose art have been added to make the aircraft look more distinctive, but it does actually have a meaning, as the rabbit in the Harvard was a wartime patch from the No. 5 British Flying Training School in Florida. And this design has been slightly modified and the aircraft given the name Wacky Rabbit.
Into land then, with the Harvard 4 from T6 Harvard Aviation, Mark Bennett. Out for a very interesting combination of 4 early war fighters. A combination, you might say, that remembers the types of aircraft that were in service on different sides, in fact, during Operation Torch, the Allied landings in North Africa. Because by that time, Curtiss Hawk 75s that had previously served with the French Air Force on the Allied side during the Battle of France had been transferred to the air arm of Vichy France and were thus now part of the Axis forces. Meanwhile, Spitfire 5s, particularly of the US Army Air Force's 31st Fighter Group, were in service during the same campaign. And here they come in from the left. what we're seeing in front of us here is arguably one of the most underrated fighter aircraft of World War II. The Curtiss Model 75 was started as a private venture by the Curtiss firm. It was ordered in quantity for the then US Army Air Corps in 1937 as the P-36, P standing for Pursuit, which was the designation given by the US Army Air Corps and Army Air Forces, as they later became, for fighter aeroplanes. By the time of the Pearl Harbor attack on the 7th of December 1941 that brought the United States into the war, the P-36 was already pretty outmoded. Nonetheless, on that date, some P-36s that were based at Pearl Harbor itself saw the aircraft's only wartime action in American hands, shooting down a pair of Mitsubishi A6M0s of the Imperial Japanese Navy. But by then, the aircraft had already proved its worth in French service. France ordered several different marks of Model 75. It became one of the French Air Force's standard fighters during the Battle of France period. In fact, the first Allied victories on the Western Front of World War II were claimed by Hawk 75s of France's Armée de l'Air. They shot down two Messerschmitt Bf-109s on the 8th of September 1939. This was probably the best fighter France had at its disposal during the Battle of France, and they carried on being very effective with the Axis supporting Vichy forces. Two units of what was known as the Armée de l'Air de l'Armistice flew Hawk 75s from bases at Casablanca and Rabat in Morocco. And when American forces landed in French North Africa during Operation Torch in November 1942, the Hawk 75 units there were decimated at the hands of US Navy Grumman Wildcats. However, some of them managed to find their way back to France itself and back to the Allied side after the liberation of France in 1944, and they were flown by the Free French. Not this time all as fighters. Commanders of fighter groups would have had them as hack aeroplanes, but it is thought that some flew in 1944 with the so-called Groupe Patrie, that being a unit that fought against German holdouts in the so-called Atlantic pockets. This Hawk 75 served with the French from April 1939 onwards. It then went to North Africa, but survived to tell the tale and serve with the Free French. Perhaps not surprisingly, it's the only airworthy example today. In from the left, though, are three Spitfire 5s. Lysander. Our penultimate act of the day gets airborne. What a delightful display that was by the four early war fighters. Hugh Goldsby was in the Hawk 75, that was the first to land, and then we had the very nice spectacle of three Mk.V Spitfires, leading them the 5B of the fighter collection. Its original, well, the colours of one of the squadrons it served with during wartime, number 402 City of Winnipeg Squadron, the Royal Canadian Air Force Squadron. E120, that's its serial number, being an example with 7 confirmed aerial kills to its credit. Then we had the Mk.V BM597 of the historic aircraft collection. That was assigned first to number 315 Polish Squadron, and then number 317 Squadron, also a Polish manned unit, both stationed at Woodvale. And so, very appropriate that the aeroplane should have been marked up for a long time in 317 Squadron colours by the historic aircraft collection, and for about a year now in the markings of number 303 Squadron, and it represents in those markings a Mark II Spitfire that was delivered to number 303 Squadron at RAF Northolt in May 1941, named Sumatra, and flown by Acting Wing Commander Piotr Raguna on the day Raguna was lost to enemy ground fire near Coquel, near Calais. That very Mark II Spitfire has in fact been recovered and is the subject of a restoration. Meantime, BM597, the historic aircraft collection aeroplane, appears in those colours as part of the Polish Heritage Flight Initiative, and hopefully will be returning to Poland next year. And third of the trio, the Anglia Aircraft Restorations, Mk.V-C, E602, served with number 66 and 192 squadrons, and completed more than 100 sorties, including escorting the original B-17 named Memphis Belle, stationed with the 91st Bomb Group at Bassingbourn, not far from here. That in the days before US Army Air Force's fighters, like the P-47 and P-51, became available in quantity in the European theatre. But now, from the Aircraft Restoration Company, the Westland Lysander 3A. Flying the Spitfires, incidentally, Dave Southwood was leading Dave Harvey and Alex Smee.
The Westland Lysander was the first monoplane to serve with the Army Cooperation Command, and it was designed to meet 1934 specification, with high-wing monoplane featuring large undercarriage spats, as you can see, and plenty of cockpit glazing for the pilot, an observer, with 2 forward-firing machine guns, plus 1 for the observer, and it could also tote 6 bombs on stub wings mounted on spats. And if you have a look as the Lysander flies past, you'll see those racks are there and ready for bombs.
Yes, that's a new addition to the aircraft prior to this season.
The first flight of a Lysander was on the 15th of June 1936, and the type entered service with number 16 Squadron at Ulsarum in June 1938.
It wasn't so much in the Army cooperation role that the Lysander excelled, but in its famed, at the time highly secret, use to support the Special Operations Executive, flying in particular from the RAF stations at Newmarket and Tempsford. Equipped with a long-range fuel tank and an access ladder, deposited and recovered many hundreds of Allied agents from sites in occupied Europe, landing famously on fields and short strips by night, lit only by moonlight or maybe by some flares that had been lit there by members of the French resistance.
This aircraft is the only airworthy British-built Lysander. There are 3 others, including 2 in Canada, which are all Canadian. And this aircraft, after landing at a landing accident at Elstree in March 1942, it was converted to a target tug, shipped to Canada that October, and trained air gunners at Mossbank, and with number 2 bombing and gunnery school.
Incredibly, it's one of 2 Lysanders that still survive today that both served at the same time with the same squadron. That was number 225 Squadron at Tilshead near Warminster in Wiltshire. The other one is the aircraft that's part of the Royal Air Force Museum's collection.
Hi everyone, this is the moment we've been looking forward to all, well, for the last few weeks actually, since Typhoon was announced as being the finale act of the, oh, lovely title there, Andrew, you've done a great job. This is the moment, so really excited to bring you Typhoon in just a little while. Just thought I'd hop on to say, do give the video a like if you've enjoyed what you've seen, and do subscribe to Planes TV here on YouTube. It really helps the channel out. And you can, if you really like it, give us a donation, a super chat in the chat to say thanks for the broadcast. Really appreciate any of those, and thank you again to Chris, who's been moderating the chat, and thank you also to our on-demand subscribers, all of you subscribers over on watch.planestavie.com. Got great access to our back catalogue of programmes. It stretches back 30 years of air shows, and if you feel like you've enjoyed today's live broadcast, go check it out, watch.planestavie.com. It's a subscription service, and it gives you, as I say, access to hundreds of hours of airshow action, and helps us out in what's been a pretty challenging couple of years, and is going to be a pretty challenging winter too for us, if you catch my drift. And don't forget also Airfix have supported us this airshow weekend, and they're offering you a 10% discount on kits bought on airfix.com. So if you head over to their website and use the coupon code PlanesTV10, you'll get 10% off, and what better time to get hold of a Spitfire starter kit in October, ready for a winter, the nights drawing in, you know, dig out the plastic and the glue and stick yourself to some Spitfire wings. Hope you've enjoyed the show, everyone. This has been our last live broadcast from Duxford. We've done very many, as you know, for those of you that have joined me for all through the summer. Thank you, and I hope you've enjoyed it. So give us a thumbs up, give us a subscription on, subscribe to the Planes TV YouTube channel, and I'll see you again soon. I am intending on doing a live broadcast. I'll hop on at the end after Typhoon, but yeah, I'm going to be doing some live broadcasting through the winter, so do subscribe to the channel. Let's see the Lysander taxiing in and gear ourselves up for a bit of Typhoon. I'm going to leave the old man on camera 1, so he's doing the telephoto stuff, and I'll stick to wide. And once he's down on the deck, I'm off on my stag do. Enjoy the show, enjoy the climax.
As it does so, we will of course immediately be drowned out by the noise of the two Eurojet EJ200 afterburning turbofan engines, with some 13,500 pounds of dry thrust each, or 20,000 pounds with afterburner. That's the power behind the outstanding demonstration we're about to see from the Royal Air Force Eurofighter Typhoon FGR.4. And here he comes, running in then from the left, accelerating to around 600 miles an hour. operational capability has of course been demonstrated many times in the last 10 years since the type saw its first frontline action during coalition operations over Libya. Well, this is an aircraft that performs the 24-hour-a-day, 365-day-a-year quick reaction alert air defence mission in both the UK and the Falkland Islands. Typhoons have, of course, been exceptionally heavily operationally committed, not least over Iraq and Syria. And this is an aircraft that's now taken on the whole gamut of air-to-ground, close air support and armed overwatch roles, as well as air defence. Slow speed pass this time, below 100 knots. making his final exit, Flight Lieutenant James Sainty with the Royal Air Force Eurofighter Typhoon. Fantastic display, and what a way to conclude the 2021 season of air shows and flying days here at IWM Duxford.
Yes, Ben, after all the challenges of the last year or more, it's great to have had a full flying display season here at the Imperial War Museum, Duxford, and we look forward to seeing everyone back for more flying days and air shows in 2022.
We do indeed. For the latest information on them, sign up to the IWM e-news or get on the website when the information is released soon, and that is, of course, iwm.org.uk. Also the place where you can sign up for IWM membership and check out other events taking place here at Duxford and the other IWM.
Thanks so much, everybody, for tuning in. I hope you enjoyed that season finale from the Typhoon, and what a wonderful one too, towing the clouds around with him as well. I hope I wasn't watching Adrian's material, but he was in tight, and I'm quite sure he'll have got some of those nice shots. Do give it a like, do give it a thumbs up, and share this video to your friends if you've enjoyed what you've seen. Head over to watch.planestv.com, subscribe, check out the July and September air shows, which are live broadcast on that service. You can watch those full flying displays, enjoy some of the glorious summer weather we had back in July and fabulous displays, and also those awesome Spitfire finales at the September air show. And yeah, just a big thank you from me for tuning in throughout this season, where we've been doing very many live broadcasts from here at Duxford, at Old Buckingham, Jersey as well, in the absence of those larger air shows that we would normally be attending and sort of relying on for to keep the business going. So thank you for tuning into those. I hope that we've edging toward proving the business model of doing these free to view live streams. No one's paying me to be here, so I'm very grateful to the on-demand subscribers and everyone who's dropped in super chats. I spotted one come in, and forgive me, I must give you a shout out. Oh gosh, it's too long ago, it's not there anymore. Thank you, whoever you were. I think it was RAF 100 Spitfire or something. Thank you. I saw that $5 come in. Maybe I will be able to buy myself a beer on my own stag do, which I'm about to go to now. You might even be able to see the guys behind me. Yes, that is Ben there. So yes, thank you all for tuning in again. Don't forget also, Airfix have supported this live broadcast, and if you would like to pick up a kit, they have an offer code that is valid this weekend only. I should have been saying that throughout. So use the offer code PLANESTV10 on the airfix.com website to make a purchase of a kit to build during the winter. That offer code is valid until close of play tomorrow, Sunday. So if you're watching this in the future, please don't try and use it, it will not work. But yeah, head there now, airfix.com. They've been very helpful in promoting this broadcast and promoting my on-demand service, and in return I'm hoping we'll send them some business. So do use the offer code PLANESTV10 to get yourself 10% off Airfix products. Yeah, it seems like a nice time of year to pick up a model, and yeah, something to keep you occupied in the winter. I hope to be able to occupy some of your time as well with some live broadcasts, and of course there's the on-demand service, which I will stop going on about in about 30 seconds time. Got 30 years of our back catalogue of airshow action at watch.planestv.com, and it's those subscribers that are going to gosh, there's a P40 overhead. We'll carry on filming. We'll bring you some more of the bits and pieces that happen over the next 20 minutes. Probably a bit less than that, to be honest. We've got to pack up and get home. Long drives for everyone. One last thank you then, especially to the on-demand subscribers at watch.planestv.com, but for all of you for tuning in. Hope you've enjoyed the season of airshow action we've brought you here on the Planes TV YouTube channel. Do subscribe, do like the video, and I will see you in the very near future at some form of live broadcast somewhere. I'll find some stuff to share with you. I'll see you again soon. Cheerio.